Daí eu vou te pedir o link, esses negócios. Aí a gente vai falando. Porque tem que registrar o quanto antes. Tá?
Na verdade, não abriu ainda. Ele abre o evento mais ou menos.
Obrigada.
Ele abre lá.
Just tell us very quick. In our event, we are going to Julia.
live stream. Great. So we are on with the live stream. So welcome to everyone who is joining us here today for the 2024 CPR International Mediation Competition, being brought to you from the beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. We are very grateful to our host school, INSPER, who has for the second year now been very gracious and generous hosts in having us here. They've made us feel welcome. They've given our students free reign of the whole beautiful modern building that they have here. And it's truly a joy to be here and see your students. Last year it was during exams, so we didn't see as many. Now we get to see them. And I remarked to Professor Caio Rodriguez last year, I've never seen law students who look this happy to be in class. So whatever INSPER is doing, they're doing a great job. So thank you so much to INSPER for that hosting. And I also want to thank all of our other sponsors who have made this program possible. They have supported us through financial support, which translates to donations to our scholarship fund. The scholarship fund is essential for many teams who put in requests for financial support in order to travel here. Travel is very expensive, as we all know. So for their travel expenses, their accommodations, just in general, all of what it takes to be here and be present with us. And so we're very grateful to those sponsors. You have listed, hopefully, on the screen, but we have our global ADR champion sponsors from our annual meeting of CPR Institute. We also have our platinum sponsors, who are Machado Mayer. And this is blocking me. I don't want to forget anybody. There we go. Okay, sorry. No. Sorry, folks. I just want to make sure we have the right thing. Let me just change the screen. How about that? Great. So, as I was saying, our global ADR champion sponsors, DLA Piper, Saul Ewing, Microsoft, Williams & Connolly, and our platinum sponsors, who are Machado Mayer and Pepperdine Strauss Institute. And our breakfast that was served to us on the very first day was also brought to us by Pepperdine. Our silver sponsors, USC Gould and ICFML. And our cocktail party, which is going to be following all of the final round activities today, is brought to us by Felac and Associados. So thank you to them. And we also had a personal contribution towards the scholarship fund by Nancy Dowling. So thank you so much to Nancy. So without further ado, I do want to get started with the round. CPR Institute is very proud to present the mediation competition. We've been doing this since 2017 here in Brazil. A few years we went online during the pandemic. We brought it back live last year, and we see that it's really important to be live in person, making human connections, the students connecting with one another, connecting with their judges. We feel this is one of the special attributes of this competition because we do intentionally keep it small and restricted to 18 teams. That allows us to have that opportunity. So more about that during the award ceremony, but for now I'd like to call up our competing teams so they could come up onto the stage and get situated to start the mediation session. So once again, Mediator, performing today, yes, come on down, is from UFAS, yes? And her name is Adricia Rocha Ferreira. I hope I said that somewhat correctly. So thank you so much, Adricia, for being here. Okay. And the team playing Astra Ignis, University of Sydney, please come. And the team playing Allies, WWW Allies, is going to be the University of Glasgow. So please come join us on stage. Great. So this will be just like all of your other rounds, but just in front of a live audience. So it's going to be great. We're here to support, and we're doing a little photo first, but we will get started immediately with that. We ask the audience to please be respectful during the round, and please enjoy. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good afternoon to you all. Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon to the judges, to the teams, to people at home, and to the competitors. I'm Luis. I'm here with my colleague Carolina, and we're going to be the room supervisors for this session. How nice it was to participate on an event that contributes for the structure of a culture of peace and health, competitiveness through negotiation and mediation. You guys are truly amazing. Congratulations to you all. It was really, really inspiring to be a part of it. And we will like to just pass some reminders for those who were not here on the first days of competition. Our competitors already know the rules, so just quick reminders. For you guys, we would like, please, to avoid exiting and entering the room, so we can keep their focus aligned, okay? Photos are allowed, but please take them without the flash, so they can, in the same way, keep prepared. She needs the pass. Perfect. Yeah. Are you guys all settled? Do you need more pens, maybe? Is everything okay? Yes? So this is directed to you. You already know you're not supposed to use your cell phones, only on airplane mode and for time management, so only the timer, okay? And we ask you to use the microphones on the table. Is that all right? I think that's it, right? Yeah, thank you, and good luck. Time of start of the session, 2:16, 17 actually. Yeah, let's keep 2:18 there.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Good afternoon, welcome to your mediation. You already know me, my name is Taylor Swift. Feel free to call me just Swift from now on. At this point in the session, you already know each other really well. However, mediation protocol states that I need to confirm whether you have authority to settle today. So, what I propose is, we quickly go around the table and each of you state your name and then confirm your authority. Is that alright?
Great.
Perfect. If that's alright with the responding party, may I start with the requesting party?
Absolutely. I am S. White. I am the Chief Executive Officer of WWW Allies, but we're all friends here, so feel free to call it W Allies or Allies. More than happy with that. My preferred pronouns are he/him, and I have capacity to act here on behalf of my company.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here with you all today. Just as a reminder, my name is Dr. Godot, but feel free to refer to me by my first name, Sean. We're all friends here. My pronouns are he, him also, and I'm delighted to be here again with you and hopeful for our mediation session.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle, Denny Doc, but feel free to call me Denny. I am the CEO of Astra Ignis, and thank you for joining us today. I do have full authority to sign on behalf of my board. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very excited to be here. My name is Michelle Ziegler, but please call me Michelle. Echoing the sentiments of Councillor Cross, we're definitely here to be friends. And back to you, Taylor.
Thank you very much. Well, I wanted to imagine that this session today, actually the whole process of mediation, is like a match of the game you all know so well. A sport that you built your business into it. Soccer, football. The field is the space where the mediation takes place. And to score a goal, players need to interact. They need to work together as a team. Remember, the assistance is as important as the finishing for a goal. The ultimate goal of mediation is to find solutions and reach a satisfactory agreement. Never forget that much effort goes into it before it reaches an end, and you have already taken the first steps. Up to this point, this is what you have achieved, and it's a lot. You agreed to collaborate on a PR response to address the allegations of financial impropriety. This goes on two fronts. You aim to correct the narrative and affirm Allies' commitment to Austria's welfare. You also want to reassure stakeholders of the stability and integrity of the partnership. You also arrange a meeting, as you called a strategic planning session. This goes with both parties to discuss the leaked information and its implications openly and freely. Also, two fronts, 2 points to attack. Brainstorm solutions to address the alleged breach of trust while strengthening the partnership, and also support Austria in public scrutiny. You agreed to retain PGI as a sponsor, considering not only financial stability, but also reputation. You agreed to bolster ESG credibility, not only to fulfill sponsors' expectations, but also to bring long-term benefits. You committed to fortify the club's governance, to uphold transparency, accountability, and ethical standards. This entails governance policies, board oversight, and industry-leading corporate governance practices. Finally, but not least, you created a female football team named Austria Ignis WFC. This goes puts Austria Ignis as a pioneer force in women's football and also complies with the government's legal obligations. Your hard work has paid off. Tonight is the final match of Austria Ignis in Kinga's Cup. And I want to take a second to think of how much you have achieved in this past year. How far you have gotten. Austria Ignis team is on the verge of greatness. And this is the result of your teamwork, of your strategies, of your collaboration. And now, we are here today to tackle the final challenges and solidifying the foundation for this partnership. I want to remind you of the 3 key principles that are fundamental to mediation. Those are impartiality of the mediator, voluntariness of the parties, and confidentiality of the session. As for the mediation protocol, at this point, you already know it by heart. However, if you have any questions in the middle of the session, feel free to ask them to me. I'll be more than happy to answer them. And, as always, this is an international negotiation table. So, if you experience any difficulties, either cultural or language, signalize them to me. I can give you some assistance. I remind you that this is your process. So this approach is flexible to accommodate different paths. You will develop your solutions based on your needs. Remember, as I always do in every session, I stress that the success of mediation is built on respect. Respect for everyone here today. All views, all feelings, any ideas and proposals. So the ground rule is, don't interrupt each other. Listen to each other. Practice active listening. Hear what everyone has to say and offer. Can I have your express agreement that you honor this rule?
Yes, I agree to that.
As do we. Thank you, Taylor.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Remember that it's not you against the problem. No, that's not correct. It's not you against each other. It's you together against the problem. To score a goal, you need to communicate, collaborate, and share information. I'm here for you, and you can always reach me whenever you feel the need to. Do you have any questions so far?
Not at this point, no.
Nothing from us, thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I believe we can go to the opening statements. So I invite each party to share with us your views and perspectives. If that's all right with the responding party, may I start with the requesting party?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, T Swift. It's wonderful to be back here in wonderful Sao Paulo, it gets more and more beautiful every time we return. I want to start off by preface by saying that I understand that our accents might not be the easiest to understand for everyone in the room today. And if you ever need any clarification, please do just ask. We're more than happy to clarify any points. Firstly, thank you so much, T-Swift, for joining us again here. Your skills and expertise never fails to inspire me as to the great potential that mediation wields, as I'm sure we can all agree. You have brought a light to what has been a seriously dark time for Astra Ignis and WWW allies. However, as of recent times, more shadows continue to emerge. But I feel positive that we will be able to lighten them through this mediation session. I'd like to thank my colleagues and friends for taking time out your busy schedule to be here again today. We've experienced this process together from start to finish, and we have come out a lot stronger because of it. I hope we can continue to place a lot of importance on openness and transparency, and that we can set the precedent of communication going forward. I want everyone here to know that we do not take this opportunity for granted. Such good progress has been made, as you highlighted very usefully, T-Swift. Tonight, we are in the finals, which is somewhere that I'm sure you can agree, Danny, we didn't know we would ever get to, and I'm sure I share in your excitement at the prospect of potentially winning. We have correctly mitigated, monopolised PR, created robust ESG strategies. Something I'm very proud of is the Women's FC team, and very happy right now with our governance standing. However, there are all challenges to face, and in the spirit of mediation, and as they say in football, I'm ready to kick off this session. So, firstly, since the disclosure of the huge amounts of debt that we have come to find out in Astra Ignis, I have come under a huge amount of pressure. It's all been a mountain, and I hope you can understand that this has been quite a hard time for me and the company personally. I hoped we would be behind this hidden debt problems which have arisen in the past, but here we are again. However, what I hope to say is that it is in both our interests to move forward from this in a positive manner. Our relationship has come very far since our first mediation session, and I hope that we can clarify the current position of the debt of Astra Ignis and discuss the benefits of the match tonight, which should set us off in a good foot for the rest of the session to follow. Secondly, it is of the utmost importance that we act fast. I hope in collaboration we can discuss propositions to completely getting rid of this new debt that we have found in Astra Ignis. It's mutually beneficial for us to mitigate this, and I hope that we can come to a conclusion. Just before I pass on to my legal counsel, I have to say, in the spirit of transparency, that we have considered various propositions to bring to the table today, which includes acquiring more shares of Astra Ignis. I hope that we can come to an appropriate solution together in benefit of the future of Astra Ignis and the future of the relationship between WWW allies and Astra Ignis, and that we can step out of the shadows which is once again formed and burn bright as Astra Ignis has once done before. I'd now like to pass on to my legal counsel, who has been with me through thick and thin, and I'm very grateful for him being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, S. White, and thank you, T. Swift. Once again, it's amazing to see you here, and we are once again hopeful that your knowledge, expertise, and guidance will show us the way through this mediation. I think it's important to remember how far we've come. It seems like only days ago that we were mediating for the first time, so it's great to see you all again together. I would thank you, Michelle and Danny, for taking the time out of your busy schedules, and I'm hopeful that we can achieve some real magic today. And I'm also thankful that, given we have a match tonight, you've taken the time out of your busy day to be here. As S. White has mentioned, Sao Paulo is a fitting backdrop to this mediation. It really is where football shines bright, and Brazil has a rich culture and a rich history of football, so it seems only right that we are here to discuss the future of our club. When S. White and I discussed what we hoped to achieve from today, a few key buzzwords came up. Transparency, openness, future, unity. Doc, I don't need to tell you that in Unity We Stand So Tall is a key part of the anthem of Astra Ignis, and we believe that this should once again form the anthem of this mediation. We hope that by the end of this we can stand together and reach a resolution for the sake of both parties, but most importantly the club and its fans. And we do believe that mediation is the ideal vehicle to do so. The issues that we're facing right now require creative solution, and that is something that I would highlight at the outset. We can't get too bogged down with black and white. We need to find some common ground together. That brings us on to what we hope to discuss today, and I hope to just briefly summarise what S. White has already articulated. Firstly, it would be really beneficial from our perspective to understand the debt situation. We understand that this is 300 million dragon dollars, and please do correct me if I'm wrong. We want to know whether that still stands and whether it is around 300 million. Further, we have the opportunity tonight, a unique opportunity to win the cup. In doing so, or even finishing in second, we will have a much needed injection of cash into the club, and we believe that this is an ideal way to reduce any debts. Of course, we require to work collaboratively to figure out how we can tackle the rest of this debt. Sadly, winning the cup is not enough to get rid of it. I wish it was. We're looking for creative solutions, and we believe that we're able to offer them. And as S. White has mentioned, this may involve some give and take on either side, and we're open and willing to do so, and I hope you share that sentiment. We hope that this can involve a future-focused approach and a future relationship, which hopefully involves an acquirement of new shares for S. White and allies. So, whatever we do, I think it's important to stress that we act fast. We need to mitigate the financial trouble that all of us are facing at the moment. So I would thank you all for taking the time to listen to S. White and I, and hopefully this provides us with some good foundations upon which we can build moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for enlightening us on your interests. If I could just do a quick summary, so to make sure that we're all on the same page. So, what I hear from White first is that shadows emerge, but mediation can bring light to it. You seek openness, transparency, unity. You highlighted the progress that was made and how you're hopeful that progress can still be made and the future is bright. Since the disclosure of the debt, you're under pressure and you're concerned about it. You expressed how you need to solve this for the future of this partnership. You want to know what the current position of the debt is, and you need to do it fast. This is a time pressure situation. You want today to discuss at this table proposals to tackle this new debt. So not only understand it, but also discuss, okay, what do we do now? One option that you right out the bat proposed is the possibility of acquiring more shares of Astra Ignis. And I would love to hear more about it and also your opinion when we go further on the session. And then Zegler enlightened us on the specific topics to be tackled. So you want to discuss the future of the club, and challenges require creative solutions. First, you need to understand the debt. Where does it come from? How is the situation going? Where we're at, basically. And then there's the possibility of winning the championship. First place, second place, money comes in, and there's a possibility that this money can tackle this debt. However, since this is not defined, we always need to think of plan A, plan B, plan C, and further on. So, you need to think of more solutions. And I would like to finish with a phrase that you started with. Astra's anthem states, "Unity withstands it all." And I believe that today in this table, you can do it. Is this an accurate reflection of what you said?
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, T. Swift.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to hear Astra Ignis' perspective.
Thank you, Taylor, for facilitating this urgent mediation session. Before I begin, I would like to address that I understand my accent never gets any better, so please feel free to ask me to rephrase anything throughout this mediation. As Taylor has outlined, we've had much success in previous sessions, and that's brought us to the position that we are in today. We have trust, and a strong working relationship from our perspective. We have a thriving football season as reflected by our final position this evening, and we have, as a consequence of that, increased and thriving fan engagement. Today, I would like to not take too much time in opening because I believe there's a lot to get into. So I come with urgent matters of debt restructuring, which I know you are aware of. I understand, White, that this is your expertise, so I come here needing your expertise to be given today and creativity from both sides of the table, which I'm sure is going to be facilitated. Addressing the openness and transparency concern, I just like to flag from the very beginning that I had no knowledge of this debt. This wasn't debt that I knew before coming into my position in 2021, and I'd just like to make that apparent at the table this evening so that we can draw a line in the sand and move forward as is. Secondly, after we address this debt this evening, we may need to address the public perception consequences of, as you outlined, perhaps a share acquisition. So I think there are a lot of ways in which a decision that we come to this evening may impact on public perception, and that's a secondary interest that we'll need to address this evening. We need to proactively respond to these things, and it's my opinion that this evening is the place to do these things, and also to come to any agreement as soon as possible. With that being said, I will pass on to my legal counsel, Michelle. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. And thank you, Taylor. Your presence here today is crucial. We know there are very difficult issues to be discussed pertaining to additional debts, but knowing that you are here, we know we're in safe hands. Now, at all times, my client's utmost concern has been financial security. And this, even though it's a sixth mediation, feels like a full circle moment as we return to addressing debt restructuring, which is the original reason why Allies and Astra Ignis had entered into that share purchase agreement. Now, this is a moment where Astra Ignis seriously needs the support of Allies. And it's this commitment that Astra Ignis is ready to make. So in that vein, in a reflection of that commitment, you may see me take notes throughout today, and that is to make sure all of your concerns are being heard. Now, this debt restructuring issue does uncover major legal implications, and particularly major implications for Allies. As counsel, I have to acknowledge that I believe my client's case, if it were to progress to a court of law, is strong. However, that's not what we are here for today. What we are here for is to emphasize those creative options and to progress so that these debt challenges can be tackled and a long-standing relationship can go forward. It is our interest to be collaborative today in that spirit of openness and transparency to share information. And I acknowledge that my client Danny has many creative options, and it is our interest to exhaust those options before discussing potential share acquisitions because of the major legal and reputational implications associated with a share acquisition. Now, Danny has already eloquently put forward her interests today, but for the benefit of everyone, I'll highlight what our goal in coming to the mediation table is. That is first to secure funds to address the additional debt. And in response to Sean's earlier inquiry, that is 300 million additional to the existing 870 million. Another goal is for Astra Ignis's remaining shares to be protected through contractual obligations. It is our interest to obtain certainty and for my client to be protected, for those legal obligations to be in clear writing. Now, there's a lot to discuss today, so let's get right into it. I'll hand back to you, Taylor, to summarize and create us an agenda.
Thank you very much. So, going right into it, what I hear from Danny first is that the first word that I took notice is trust. You need trust, you have trust, and you have a strong working relationship, you have a thriving team, you have an increasing fan base. And this was all achieved in your last sessions by this partnership. What you need to discuss today, first of all, is the debt restructuring. And you explained to us all on the table that you had no knowledge of this. This debt came before you became CEO, and this is as new to you as it is for the other party. You also need to discuss public reception consequences. So, decisions made today impact on tomorrow, and then you need to be proactive. On that note, you want to reach an agreement as soon as possible. And then Michelle referred us to the legal remarks. She explained her role here in the table. And she started saying that Austria needs ally support. And does that uncover legal implications? So progress needs to be made today. Not only on short term, but mostly on a long-term relationship. They are willing to share information. However, they have creative options they want to discuss here, and I'm more than willing to hear them. I think those will be a really productive brainstorming session. However, you want to discuss the options first before discussing any share acquisition. You mentioned two main points that you want to discuss. Secure funds for the debt, and you explained that this 300 million debt is in addition to the 870 million debt that you previously had. And second, that you want Austria Ignis shares to be protected. Is this an accurate reflection of what you said? Is there anything you'd like to add?
There's nothing I'd like to add, Taylor. I think the next best thing would be to perhaps align our interests on an agenda so we can proceed with today's mediation.
Of course, let's jump right into the agenda. Okay, so can I... Well, so I took note of 3 points from you, 2 points for them. Let's just put it like here in a draft. And then I would like for you to really give the opportunity to say your priorities and which topics would you like to be discussed first and how does that work, okay? So I will do, for the sake of time, I will shorten the words to just one word, but when I say that, it means that restructuring, okay? So the idea of this draft is not to be comprehensive because this is only a draft. So for the sake of time, I summarize it in only one word. So I just want to remind you that this is not our full agenda, and always, this process is flexible. So from these topics, is there anything missing, anything to add?
If you could, T. Swift, could you please elaborate what each of those topics are? I'm just struggling to understand them a little bit on there.
Of course. So when I say that, I mean debt restructuring. So understanding more about the debt, how they come from, where we're at, is basically this. When I say public, I mean public image. So the discussions the discussions and solutions and decisions that you made today may affect tomorrow. So you need to maybe think of preventive solutions. This is what I understood. For funds, it's secure funds for the debt. Maybe creative solutions, basically, to how to do. It's not about understanding the debt, but now it's a further step. So what to do with it. As for shares, is the request that Austria has made to protect its shares.
Taylor, the public perception is certainly a point that we'd like to address today. We think it, though, comes after we talk about how we are going to address the debt, because how we address the public is going to be contingent on what we decide in those previous points. So perhaps the public perception, yes, would be one of the last discussion points today, if you would be amenable to that.
I would have to agree with Danny. As she said earlier, it's a secondary option for us to get through later today. So if that could be the last point on the agenda, that would be
This would be but just for us, just so that we can right off start discussing, is this the agenda that you have agreed on?
Yes, just to confirm, Danny, the funds on currently sub-point 2, what are we discussing from this side of the board?
I was going to ask the exact same thing. So we're clearly on the same page. From our perspective, we would be keen to discuss the funds in the sense of, firstly, are we able to take the funds from today's winnings, which we hope it's a win, and attribute that to the debt, and subsequently any other creative solutions that could help make up any of the surplus?
Yes, Taylor. So perhaps the second point, funds, we can talk about perhaps securing funds to address additional debt in a creative way, and then shares to address the additional debt can come as the third point, just to make those agenda items a bit more specific.
So, as I understand, you're adding a new topic. Is that right?
No, sorry, Taylor. So the funds to the second agenda point would then be amended just for the specificity of everyone on the table to understand where we're up to.
So securing funds would be the...
Yes.
Okay. Is this now the agenda? Can you confirm it? I mean, it's a little... I'll do a new one.
Quick question from me, Taylor. What was number 4? I couldn't quite grasp.
it was shares.
Shares.
So that's one of the propositions that we have to put on the table later.
I see.
I almost wonder if shares could be changed to propositions, because we don't want to limit the creative solutions that we come to in this mediation to, how does that sound, to propositions?
I'd be perfectly amenable to that, yes. I'm happy to proceed on that agenda. Thank you, Taylor.
Propositions or proposals?
Either or. Perfect, thank you, Taylor.
Okay. So, with the agenda settled, I would first like to congratulate you. We have 1 hour of the session left, and you agreed on an agenda on such a quickly and smooth way. This will reflect on the end of the session since you have more time to discuss your topics. Remember, the agenda is flexible. So if you cannot agree on a decision, you cannot, you're not sure about what to do right now, we can always park a topic and then come back later on, okay? So now, first topic, that. Who wants to start discussing it?
I do imagine that this could probably be quite a quick agenda item. And Danny, you were very helpful to highlight that you didn't have prior knowledge of this, and at least from S. White and I's perspective, that's obviously very positive to hear. Essentially, moving forward, we were just looking to confirm, so is it 300 million Dragon dollars exactly, not above, not below, and then possibly so that we can figure out ways to continually deduct from that figure as we move forward.
Just to clarify, that 300 million is in addition to the existing debt obligations.
Yes.
So the original debt amount was 870, which had been restructured such that 300 million was required to pay it off. And the recent revelations are that additional 300 million is required. So that means a total sum of 600 million is required for debt restructuring.
Fab. I have to agree with my legal counsel here. I believe the first point on the agenda might be quite short. I listened and I heard you say that you understand that Astra Ignis is in a bit of a financial problem. However, I want you to know that we are in this together. I am committed to you, to the partnership, to WW Allies, and to everyone who supports it. However, I cannot stress enough that we are in a tight place, and to use a metaphor, we are in this sinking ship together, and we only have so much time as the pressure is mounting on us. We have to reach a conclusion by the end of this session. So I am anxious that we have to move on and get on, so I think we should start off on a positive foot, which is securing funds from the match later, and I'd pass over to my legal counsel, Sean, to discuss this.
Is that amenable to you?
I think this would be an apt time for my client to ask some clarification questions just so she can understand the financial health of allies.
Certainly. White, you just said that one of the things that you have brought to the table is a proposition for creative solutions and of helping, obviously, in this debt. It's something that we certainly see as being in here together with, especially considering this is not something I was aware of, this is not something you were aware of. So, unfortunately, it's a situation that we come to now both on the same page, quite frankly. But one of the things you did allude to, White, is that the financial position of allies may not be quite as strong as we originally thought. And so I wonder, how is the financial health of allies?
Apologies, did I say potentially www allies instead of Astra Ignis?
I think you mentioned allies is in a tight place.
Apologies, I potentially meant www allies is in a tight place due to the situation with Astra Ignis. I want to clarify, we are very financially stable and viable, and we are committed to helping you. Apologies for the confusion. Hope that's cleared everything up.
Yes, thank you.
It's good that we clarified this at the beginning so that we can move on at the session. Well, while we're at it, I think they're still discussing. Could you clarify for me a little bit about the debt? You mentioned 600 million required for debt restructuring. So the rest is the debt that was already paid by your partnership. Is that correct?
So originally 300 was required to restructure 870. 300 million additional debt has emerged, so we need to secure an additional 300 million. That is all.
I understand. Thank you very much for clarifying.
In regards to that, one of the most important questions we would come here to ask is, if the financial position of allies is strong, what is allies' ability to help mitigate this debt, and what are some of the, initial propositions that you would put forth for that?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Danny, and we're excited to come to a conclusion. I feel that before we get to point 3 on the agenda, we should talk about point 2 first, if that is okay, which is securing the funds this evening. I'll pass you over to my legal counsel for that.
If at all possible, we do believe that, and as you've said, Michelle, there's 300 million that's appeared, and we need to figure out how we can deduct from that as soon as possible. One of the key ways that we believe that we can secure funds that can directly go to that is tonight. It's a really unique opportunity. I can't think of any other time in my career when, all of a sudden we have $90 million that be directly put into debt restructuring. And we do believe that if we win, I believe that's 90 million Dragon dollars, which can be directly invested to cover the debt. And even if we lose, that's 30 million. So that is a significant chunk.
Thank you. I would like to just echo that we feel the same way about the winnings for this evening. I have full confidence in my team, obviously, and so $90 million would certainly be my expected outcome, but we would be here to prepare for the worst case scenario because we are all risk adverse. Taylor, I understand that we have moved perhaps forth from the debt interest to discuss today, and perhaps we need to explore some of those creative ways in which we can secure funds. Pertaining to that, we have perhaps a proposition to share with you and to share with you, Taylor. Could I pass that table out now, perhaps?
So a suggestion that I would make is that we leave 1 minute so that the other party can read, as well as the judges. Is that all right?
Once you guys have finished reading that table, we're happy to walk you through some of these options here, and please feel free to ask any questions. I know that both myself and my legal counsel, Michelle, are well acquainted with all of the figures and options that we've put forth here.
Excellent, thank you. If we just have a little moment, that would be great. If you don't mind, I'm obviously conscious of time. We've had a quick skim over it, and it's very interesting to see the different propositions. To save us overly analysing it and then hearing you discuss it, would it perhaps be helpful for you to discuss or walk us through this, and then we can perhaps ask questions as they arise, if that's at all possible?
Yes, and please do ask questions. We're not here to propose concrete solutions, but to work together towards one. So if there's any amendments that you'd like to make, then we are more than happy to facilitate those. We're here to come to a collaborative solution. For the first funding option here, we have the winning of the Kingser Cup Prize. We have potentially just agreed to that first solution, which is very encouraging. We understand that there's $90 million for the first place prize and the $30 million for the second place prize. And perhaps if that's something that we're already both willing to delegate towards that $300 million pool, if we look at this as a pool and then we think about how we're going to take money out of it, then perhaps we consider, in worst case, taking the $30 million out of it when our councils do our calculations on how we're going in the mediation. But for you, Taylor, I wonder whether you would be amenable to allow Taylor to write that this is an agreed upon term and that we would delegate this prize money this evening, hopefully that's a win, towards the pool of debt restructuring.
Is that amenable to you, S-White?
That is exactly the page we came to agree on, and I think in reality we should go forward by maybe assuming the worst, that we may come second and it's only the 30 million. Hopefully, we believe in our team, we believe in Astra Ignis, but it's good to go forward with this mediation that we're going to have 30 million revenue coming from this match this evening. I almost don't know if it's worth putting up the 300 million debt as a figure, and we can work at chipping away at that 300 million figure. So we can, that work, T-Swift?
Yes, of course. I'll write it down. Over here.
Taylor, I'll just wait for you to finish the writing and then we can move to...
Not at all. Please make use of your time and continue discussing. If I have any questions, I'll always ask. So you have 15 minutes, so go ahead.
Awesome. So moving on to selling brand rights for other sports and esport ventures. I understand that that's just a title to you at the moment. So I'd like to let you know a little bit more about what we think that would look like, and you can obviously chip in and see what you think of that as well. So this at the moment would be the use of our Astra Ignis brand, particularly in the e-commerce space. We understand that people like fantasy football or League of Legends have things like this going on at the moment where people can play these games and have, say, an Astra Ignis rugby jersey put up, and they can wear that and they buy it. Some of the positives that we've outlined here are that it's positive for increasing the visibility of Astra Ignis. The people playing these games would be able to see Astra, but unfortunately we wouldn't have so much control over how it's being used. So if there are figurines perhaps created with this right that we sell, they could create these figurines in a really cheap way, which wouldn't obviously be positive for Astra Ignis because then we're associated with bad quality and things like that. So Michelle, would you have anything to add on that?
That's a really comprehensive summary of the benefits of potentially selling or licensing our esports ventures.
So we understand that that's a lot of a big spiel as well. So would you be open to explaining where you would sit on that proposal as well?
In terms of player sales, is this in relation to point 3, just so I'm clear?
No,
Point
apologies.
2, sorry.
Yes, in relation to the selling of the brand rights, we understand that that's something that you must have an opinion on. So please, I would love to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Danny. I appreciate your creative solutions coming into this and this fantastic funding options document that you've handed. What I would say is I do have concerns as to the long-term loss of value of our branding rights. As you will know, a lot of the revenue of Astra Ignis comes in through our branding, our merchandise sales, and I do worry that the sale of this, although short term will fix our debt, may not long term be the right way forward for the partnership and for this business venture. Because at the end of the day, I'm a businessman and I've got to think about this partnership, the benefits to Astra Ignis and the benefits to WWW allies.
I really appreciate that that's something you're concerned about as well, because obviously the Astra brand is important to both of us. But perhaps my legal counsel, Michelle, could shed a bit more light on exactly what we would be selling for this $200 million.
So what I'm hearing from you, S. White, is that you're concerned that selling these rights will impact the brand and merchandising proportion of our revenue. Now, I want to emphasize that these rights are explicitly for other sports and esports, which is a market that currently Astra Ignis hasn't tapped into. So it wouldn't actually affect that existing branding to do with jersey sales and merchandising. This is an entirely new market, and it is meeting both our interests in actually generating revenue from utilizing a space that is currently underutilized.
Thank you, Michelle, for that. I do also have concerns from what you've just said. By selling these branding rights, I understand the market that you're selling to, but this then completely cuts ties with us being able to enter that market on our own accord in the future. What's to stop us from creating a space in that market for us to enter? And if we made this rash decision at the moment, we could no longer explore that avenue going down in the future.
Sure, so I understand where you're coming from. This is a great concern. So perhaps we could flag this as something that I just understand that we have a $300 million pool that we need to address. It would be in my best interest to use these sales to meet that $300 pool. So maybe this is something we can flag as a potential point of contention and see how we could creatively assess a way to move forward in that. Would that be amenable, and we can move on to the player sales, unless, Michelle, you have anything more to add?
I think it's important that we take a holistic picture, and I understand that there are concerns with particular aspects of each option. So perhaps it's best we walk you through them all, and we can holistically address how we can chip away at that $300 million fund.
If at all possible, Michelle, I really appreciate these proposals. They seem very thorough, and you've clearly spent a lot of time on this, so thank you for that. From our perspective, I do imagine that a lot of these proposals would involve bringing in third parties. So it would be selling rights to someone else or selling players to someone else. Perhaps, and S-White, if you feel free to jump in here at any point, we were potentially looking at an avenue which just incorporated the Allies and Astra Ignis relationship that is already existing. So is that an avenue which we'd be able to discuss just now and perhaps park these for just a moment? We still very much value these, but if we could perhaps tell you about our positions at this moment.
I would be very happy to discuss that later down the track, but I think given the Astra Ignis board is something that is so important to me, something that I've been a part of for a very long time, and I'm sure, as you can understand, S. White, something that any company would be very hesitant to give up. I think it is very important that we, for the moment, try and exhaust all of these options before we look to the sale of shares. And I understand that that's something that you're interested in discussing, but I would like to try and be as open-minded as we can to collaborating on alternative solutions before we have to pose to the board that I'm coming back with an option of share sale.
As counsel, I just want to flag that it is in my client's interest to maintain the remaining shares that she has. There's only 30% that remains in Astra Ignis's hand, which is already significantly small relative to what Allies holds, and any additional increase of share ownership by Allies is going to, in inverse, create a smaller share proportion for Astra Ignis. Now, I just want to say this infographic is actually really beneficial in the way that the benefits are being weighted against the considerations. So the green is larger for a real reason, and as you can see, the first option has pretty much already been agreed upon. And relative to that, the other options are also really, really beneficial. So for my client's interest, if you could just hear her out, and then we could also hear you out. That way we could have that holistic discussion as mentioned.
Okay, thank you. I want you to know that I'm listening to you, and I'm listening to your concerns, Danny. I understand that Astra Ignis means so much to you, and that's why you're a pivotal player in this relationship and the running of Astra Ignis. I really appreciate these options. However, I wouldn't feel correct not being able to put this forward in the meaning of time. We're so short on time, and we need to, I can't express enough how we need to reach a conclusion by the end of this session. So very quickly, I want to put forward the proposition that we completely wipe the debt off Astra Ignis. We completely match the remaining debt that is left off Astra, we match the debt of the extra debt which has appeared. So the 300 million, we will match that minus the money made from the Winging King Ass Cup, so potentially up to 270 million. To do this, we propose that we purchase 15% of your shares from Astra Ignis. We would purchase this for 70 million, and then we would invest the money into debt restructuring and completely wiping the debt. Obviously, that provides a lot of benefits for us both. That gets rid of the new debt completely, sets us in a good, stable way going forward, and it means that we're both still on board. Danny, I want to clarify again that you're so important to this relationship, and we would never want you to be out of it. So that's our proposition.
White, we have had such success in the past, and trust is not my concern here whatsoever. Having you as a shareholder has not been something I've felt adversarial to before in any regard, and neither now. It is only that my board is who I respond to at the end of the day, and I can't in good faith try to or sell off some more shares without trying to fully exacerbate the options of alternative funding and trying to be creative in the ways in which we could mitigate this. I hear that perhaps your interest ultimately is that there is long-term concern in selling the branding rights. So perhaps we could get more of an understanding of what your interests are, and if we were to be creative here, what kind of scope you might have to be creative, and if it's not the long-term kind of assets that we can sell off, then what else would you be open to doing? Because we are here to collaborate. Taylor.
Thank you. I took note of your question, and I will for sure bring this later in the session. But I wanted to jump in because I was listening. I let you guys talking, I let you guys discussing, and I was listening. You're discussing short-term and long-term solutions, but something that was not asked at this table, and I think it will be really important for us to understand is how much time do you have to pay it? Because if it's short-term, then we need a short-term solution. If it's long-term, then we can think of more broad proposals. So how does...
The debt as it has emerged is 300 million that requires payment pretty much as the debt has emerged. Now, what I want to flag is the way that debt works is we will have to pay interest if we push it down. And unless you can share some information on whether Allies is ready for the acquisition immediately, we can, as Taylor put it, address whether that's even an option given the time pressure.
Thank you for clarifying.
We are, and we believe that would be the most quick solution as compared to these. Before I let my legal counsel speak, I want to say you mentioned what are our interests in this. We have a long-term vision for Astra Ignis. We are in this partnership for the long term, and ours is creating value out of this investment. So selling off assets doesn't align with these interests, and I hope you're able to understand this. And I'll pass you on to Sean, my legal counsel.
Yes, absolutely. I understand there are a lot of options on the table, and it is seeing so many figures on one bit of paper or dotted around can be quite overwhelming, I'm sure. Essentially, what we wish to emphasise is this is not to undermine the partnership that we already have. We value that. What we are concerned about here is there are things that are clearly coming to light about Astra Ignis that we are concerned about. Whether or not you knew about that, Danny, I appreciate your frankness that you didn't. But what's to say that something else might not come out of the shadows? And we believe that S. White's guidance and having more control of Astra Ignis itself could be beneficial for both parties, while of course still allowing you, we do value your opinion and your views. So of course, you still being involved is very important to us. And of course, we will, the reluctance that we maybe have here is that it would essentially require at least 3 of these to tackle the debt. I think that's maybe the issue. The player sales, maybe, if, for example, we were to sell to a rival club, could cause fan concerns, as you've recognised here. And also there are other concerns with our ESG commitments, which were so pivotal to our previous mediation session. I need not remind you of that. I just was wondering whether you can perhaps understand our reasoning for looking to acquire some more shares.
I do value that acquiring more shares is something that you come to the table today to discuss, and I'm not completely opposed to discussing that in any way. I wonder whether, though, perhaps we could come to an agreement where we collaborate on just how much shares are sold. I understand that 15% was flagged, which I'm sure you can understand is a very significant number, especially considering I still only retain 30% of the shares at the moment. On that regard, Taylor, I wonder whether I would love to move forth in this mediation, and time is certainly of the essence. Perhaps we could discuss with you in a 5-minute caucus some more options going forth.
Of course. So I would like to ask you as well, do you also want a caucus later?
Yes, that I was a few moments away from asking for that myself, so I think that's beneficial. In 5 minutes, I imagine, would be enough for us also.
So establish 5 minutes for the caucus. Okay, you can leave the room, and I'll call you when we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you, T. Swift.
So we're starting the caucus at 3:12. It will end at 3:17, so you can keep track of the time. Mediation protocol states that I need to confirm with you that since this is a private meeting, everything said here will be confidential unless, and I'll ask this at the end, you expressly authorize me otherwise. So I want to hear from you. What are your concerns that you wanted this private meeting?
Thank you, Taylor. I think what I'm hearing from Sean and from White is that their primary interest in coming here today is to help alleviate that debt, and that's something that we are appreciative of. It is the way in which the proposals are put forth in which we might need your assistance on. We understand that they see this primarily through the acquisition of shares, but I wonder how I might be able to communicate the concern in giving away shares and how important it is to me to exhaust all other opportunities, and perhaps how we can frame the mutual benefit of allowing Astra to retain shares and at least the amount that would let us maintain that voting power. And my counsel would have much more to speak on that, but that would be something that we could perhaps have your guidance on, is how we could move forth and frame this in a way that could really see our interests align. Michelle?
Yes, Taylor. I think what is really important in this caucus is I want to disclose to you some of the legal obligations that exist between the parties. And the reason I flag this is because allies have mentioned that they're in great financial health. They have the 300 million funds as of now to pay immediately. And according to the share purchase agreement in clause 1.5.2.3, one of the obligations that allies undertook in agreeing to contract with Astra Ignis is they'll pay any additional debt that emerges, and that is any additional debt. And you know, as a lawyer yourself, the nature of commercial transactions is you do your due diligence, buyer beware, right? So they contracted into this agreement knowing that they will undertake any additional debt that emerges. So for my client, I guess the reason she proposes all of these options is to be creative, to create these relationships with third parties and to diversify and reduce the risk for her business. Because the more shares that are acquired by allies, the smaller her share pool gets and the smaller it dwindles. So I think what we would really like of you is to assist us in presenting something that helps them understand why acquiring additional shares for them is not necessarily in Astra Ignis's interest.
I understand. Thank you very much for clarifying your concerns to me. And I have two questions. Actually, the first one is not a really question. It's more like to further the conversation. We have 2 minutes left. I understand that you said to me before that you need 80% of the shares to make a decision. So this is the number that, since Allies currently has 70, you have a 10% of shares that it's your limit, it's your pool. So they offer 15. What I would suggest is that first, you explain your concerns. What you said to me, I suggest that you said to them what is important for you, that why you keep them. I heard you say before that you have a smaller share and this will impact every share difference that will impact you. So bring it up again. And I'm mindful of the time and we're almost running out of it, but I will of course introduce this in the session if you allow me. Everything confidential, unless introducing this proposition. Is that correct?
Yes, I think, Taylor, we would appreciate if we could understand how maybe our interests differ in that while we're both on the same page of that this is a debt we need to get rid of today, it is, we differ in how we see that happening at the moment. And there's such a perhaps personal concern as to why that differs. And perhaps I might have the opportunity to explain to White why there is that personal concern and why the board perhaps means so much to me and those voting shares do.
Thank you very much. I understood it, and I will of course help you introducing this in the session. So our time is running out. We have like less than a minute left. So when you're out of the caucus, I just want you to think about one question. What is your perspective for the future of this relationship? And bring this on, and when you come back to the main session, use this exercise to feel how we would present this proposal to them. Is that all right?
Yes, thank you, Taylor.
Very much. Hi, thank you for joining me in this caucus. It started at 3:18, so it will end at 3:23, so just you can keep track of the time. So, mediation protocol, private meeting, everything said here will remain confidential. I'll ask this at the end, unless you give me express authorization to review anything. What do you want to discuss with me?
Thank you, T. Swift. I feel this mediation session is going well. Hopefully we can get some more solid, concrete solutions going forward. We've obviously put out the proposition of acquiring shares of the 15% in return for 70 million and paying off the debt, the extra debt which has appeared. We're now in a position where they've offered some creative solutions. However, they have to understand that the long-term value of the investment reduces significantly by us going with these and selling off our assets, as they've mentioned. We aren't opposed to going down in the shares that we acquire. However, it would come with some changes to the offer. I don't know if my legal counsel would like to say something on that.
Yes, I understand. I think I saw Danny's face when we said 15%, that may not be suitable. We understand that 15% was perhaps ambitious, and we can say that to you in confidence, T. Swift. What I can say is that we would be looking to go back to Danny and see where she would feel comfortable. What we can say, however, is that the current offer as it stands, in the sense of we acquire X amount of shares, and as a result we'll sort out the rest of the funding to cover the debt, is only feasible as long as it's up to 10%, over 10% of the shares. An additional 10%, of course, to what allies already have. I should preface that by saying.
I understand. And thank you for bringing me this other proposition, decreasing the number. But I'd like for you to join me in an exercise. Put yourself in their shoes. So you saw that you noticed her reaction. What do you think that was for? If you were them, how would you react?
We certainly understand that it's a lot, and it's something that Danny prides herself in, I'm sure. We're not just saying 10% be all and end all. What we can go down to, for example, 9%. Perhaps that's really the maximum I'd imagine we'd be looking to go for at this point. But as an alternative, we'd be looking for some creative solutions of our own. And S-White, I don't know if you wish to enlighten us somewhat on that.
I hear what you're saying, T-Swift, and I want to say I understand Danny's concerns and interests. Her interest is retaining her position in the club, and we want to clarify that she absolutely is a vital organ of this partnership and of Astra Ignis, and we do not want to alienise her from this partnership at all.
So I'd like to ask you, what is your perspective for the future of this relationship?
Absolutely. So Danny mentioned earlier that creating revenue and finding creative solutions is my expertise. It is. We believe that these creative solutions are fab, but our interest is in the long-term investment of Astra Ignis. This is a business venture, and we have to look at the long-term value of the club. So by acquiring shares, we are giving ourselves more value if we do end up selling off the assets as they proposed.
I understand. We still have 2 minutes, 1 minute now left. I would like to ask you, and I'll keep it quick, and maybe this is something that you can think of while we go back to the main session. If you cannot acquire the shares, what is your plan B? If they do not agree?
If we were to acquire under 10%, as we said, up to 9%, one of the options is to potentially see how they feel about allocating revenue streams for jersey sales, sponsorship deals, and television rights to allies. I don't have the precise figure for how much this is worth, but we do believe that with your guidance, S-White, we can maximise this, and that is an alternative. And alternatively, we may need to come to some sort of jigsaw puzzle with these solutions.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm mindful of the time, and we're probably almost out of it. So just to confirm, everything confidential. Is there anything that I can review in the main session?
I think we'd actually be quite interested to hear their interests and concerns first before proceeding. But we're more than open to collaborating in the next session.
Okay, so introducing how to introduce the question to them to know their concerns. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank
Danny
you very
seems
much.
open to reducing the number of shares, so what is her limit for that?
Is that something that
We
you
can
want?
ask that.
Oh,
We
okay.
can ask that.
I'll pass the ball to you. Welcome back to the main session. I think this caucus was really good for the parties to clear out some ideas and think about propositions. So, before entering the caucus, we were discussing proposals. We kind of parked the last 2 proposals from Astra. We were discussing the share sales. So, on that note, I think that some concerns need to be addressed, some interests need to be addressed, so that we can get out of these woods. So, who would like to start about this?
I'd just quite like to pose a question to yourself, Danny, going forward. We have obviously offered this proposition, and we want to know how we can alleviate your concerns with it.
Absolutely. My concerns are mirrored by that of my board, really, and the people who also acquire shares. Because in order to give you the shares, I would need to take them away from another pocket. And so the concerns there are really that we have this long history. As you said before, we've been so successful in our unity, in our partnership, but ultimately Astra Ignis is a baby that's been held by the same people for so long, and there is just so much treasure in that, and we're hesitant to give that away. In that regard, I hope that answers your question, and I'm wondering whether there's perhaps one more creative option that I can pose before we move on, because I just do note the time. The women's team, White, you noted before that that was something that you were really passionate about and quite interested in, which is fantastic, because as a woman CEO, I certainly stand behind such an initiative. We saw that it was so successful, the semi-final of the Women's FIFA in 2023. It was $11.15 billion, Australia versus England, and it had an estimated impact of $1.23 billion on the Australian economy. So women's football is just fantastic and growing, and currently the team is looking to be valued at about $350 million in 5 years, $55 million now, just to be very transparent in figures. We wonder whether this actually might be something that you would be interested in acquiring and purchasing, and in that vein, something that we could sell to you as a reduction from that $300 million pool. Would that be something that you would be interested in?
Before the answer, could you just clarify to me the numbers again so I can write it up?
Certainly. It's $55 million today that it would be valued at, but I'd just like to stress that the growth opportunity is phenomenal. It's supposed to be $350 million in 5 years, and I'm sure you can understand that as an investment banking firm, that's such a fantastic proposal. I wonder whether, you could shed some light on whether that would be something that you'd be interested in, because it would then reduce from our debt pool, and we could move forth perhaps discussing some other options.
Thank you, Danny, and I really do share your passion in the team. It's a fantastic initiative that Astra Ignis has set up. It's an interesting proposition. I think you mentioned it was worth 55 million Dragon dollars. Is that correct?
Today, it is worth 55 million Dragon dollars, correct.
Okay, and how does that change the proposition that we have given to you?
I think I'm just going to jump in here. Going back off what Sean said, our goal is to chip away at the 300 million. So the effect is it would chip away at the 300 million, and we will continue to discuss the remaining funds. Now, I just want to put across again why this interest is actually so beneficial. You mentioned, S. White, that you're worried about assets going outside of this relationship, and this wouldn't be going outside. It would be going directly to allies. So it seems like it really serves both interests, particularly, as you've mentioned, you really like the Women's Football Club.
Correct. I do really like the Women's Football Club. However, you've got to understand that this isn't going to solve the debt that we have to pay off. So this is a good investment for me in the future, I agree. However, we still have 200 and potentially 70 million debt to pay off, and for that we need some sort of compensation past the women's football team.
And so perhaps a way to address that would be the selling of the other rights in the esport ventures to allies. We would love to keep this within our partnership, and clearly we've both outlined that these opportunities have such great value and such great success for future, and so perhaps that would be something that noting you would be interested in acquiring that as well.
Okay, interesting proposition. What was it you were proposing that we acquire from you?
Well, I would put forth to yourself, White, we are willing to propose both the selling of the other sports and esport ventures, that would be the second point on your table there, and also the last point of the women's football team. That would amount to, I believe, the $200 million for the branding rights, as well as the $55 million for the women's club. And then if we had a $30 million, we're being risk adverse here, I have full faith in my team, I'd like to confirm, from the winning of the Kings' Cup prize, then we would have very little debt to still remain.
15 million exactly to remain.
Thank you for that update on figures. Really interesting proposition, and I think I agree with keeping it in-house is a good idea. However, you did say that business was my expertise earlier on, Danny, and you're correct in saying so, and we do see the financial viability from this. However, we still want to see value from the club, and this purchase of the shares of Astra Ignis is definitely not off the table as of yet. I'll pass to my legal counsel.
I suppose you've just said it's not off the table yet, so I suppose it's worth asking you, Danny, we're running out of time. Is it on the table at all? Are there any possibility of shares being sold?
So I'll hand this over to my counsel, Michelle, but we thought that perhaps if the acquisition, pardon me, I don't want to make anything contingent, but a potential option that I can see much mutual benefit in is all of what we've just discussed, so the purchase of option 2 and 4 on that table there, as well as a $30 million. And then if we aren't to have a $90 million first place win this evening, then the $50 million would be left to perhaps then be covered as a result of a share purchase. And Michelle, you can perhaps outline just how many shares that would pertain to.
Absolutely. So I received some figures prior to this on the valuation of Astra Ignis now, and given it's gone through so much success, it has raised in value. So to us, it would be the sale of one share would at the very least require $16.66 million. Now that seems to perfectly address that $15 million gap. And in the interest of having that contingency plan, if we don't win the cup tonight, it seems like that share sale of 1% could be something that addresses both of the interests at the table.
Let me quickly jump in just to clarify and summarize, because that was a lot. So, your proposal is to keep in-house and sell the branding rights as well as the rights to curate a women's club. Those would amount to 55 million, and then 55 million, and then 200 million. That together with 30, we're going with Plan B, with 30 million, will be remaining 15 million. So to cover this 15 million, you would sell one share of Astra for 16.66 million. So how many shares would that be worth?
So we would be happy to sell one share, and then it would be, I think, in the board's benefit if we had that extra $1.66 million left over.
Thank you. So, in the interest of time, I've said there's a lot of pressure on us to come to a conclusion here, and we're going to offer a slightly better proposal in the way of collaboration. So we would quite like 10% off the shares. We're willing to offer 100 million, and we pay off the debt right now. Is that an option, or is that not an option?
I'm just going to return to interests here. Your interest was to keep things between the two parties, so I'm struggling to understand why the option that was proposed by my client here doesn't meet your interest.
I suppose it's important to mention that this is a new investment. I understand that it's a positive investment by the sounds of things, but it is a new investment, and also the current investment is not thriving as we would like it to. So I think if we could...
Let me jump in. I was trying to visualize your proposal, and I missed a really good time to interfere. So I see that we're going back and forth. And to organize this, there was one question that was kind of lost in the middle of the session. That was, what are your concerns? Because you want to acquire shares, and they don't want to sell them. So we need to understand your interest in acquiring them and your concerns, and her concerns. So, as I understand, she explained that she wants to keep it in the family. She already has small shares, and to sell them are not really that feasible of an option. So.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tisra, for bringing us back together again. Like I said before, my concerns are the future value of Astra Ignis. Even with you selling within house, that then takes away the assets from Astra Ignis and reduces the value of the club. You no longer have the revenue that you stated would be so high from the women's club in the future, and that takes away the value. Hence why I need to buy some shares to make this worthwhile for WWW allies.
White, I do note the time, and so I guess it would be appropriate to now say that I'm disappointed to sell this yesterday. maybe perhaps alleviated somewhat by the fact that I know I can trust the person who I'm selling those shares to. But perhaps just noting that it's in my best interest to make some sort of agreement tonight. I can't in good faith run a team where I don't have enough money to pay my employees. That's not something that I'm wanting to do, or I have a poor debt position. And so one of the things that my counsel, Michelle, advised me on earlier is that a 9% figure might be more beneficial given that we have issues with voting rights. Michelle, would you please guide us through that further?
Absolutely. So it seems that both parties are here ready to make concessions, and that's really fantastic. When it comes to this 9% that my client has put forward, it's important that Astra does what it can to protect its remaining rights. So 30% minus 9% would be 21%, and under the current share purchase agreement, Clause 8 requires that only 80% of votes are required to change a board decision, right? So at this point, if we proceed with that share sale, what that means for Allies is they hold 79% and Astra has 21%. And that is getting awfully close to that 80% figure. So if we could revise that to reflect the changes in the share acquisition, so instead of an 80% requirement, an 89% requirement for any changes to board decisions. How does that sound, Sean? I know this is very legal terminology now.
Just to clarify, are you proposing a 9% investment in addition to what S. White had already proposed? Or is a bit
so
lost there,
instead of
sorry.
the 10%, it's 9%, and the current figure that it's valued at is $150 million, and that is the expectation here that the market value is to be obtained.
I appreciate that, and I understand your concerns. We'd be willing to settle at 9% of the shares acquisitions. We really do appreciate you on the board, and we don't want this to be disappointing to you. We want this to be looking forward in a positive manner. As you said earlier, this is my business expertise, and if anything, us acquiring more shares will make this more lucrative and greater success for Astra Ignis. However, what we can't agree, we'd be happy to agree to your pricing for the shares at, was it 6.6 million per share?
16.66.
16.6. We'd be willing to agree to that. However, we're not going to meet the debt with only 9% of the shares. You have to understand, with that 10% and us getting the board's power, that obviously became a lot more high value. At only 9%, what we propose is doing one of your creative solutions to get the money for the debt, meeting halfway, because you seem really positive about these, and I do think they're great solutions. Obviously losing future value in Astra Ignis, but with these shares, I feel like we can use my business expertise to create higher revenue in different streams elsewhere. What's your opinion on that, Danny?
Absolutely, and I hope you can understand that the long time it's taken for me to concede is only reflective of how much those shares do matter to me. But as you said, it's not entirely in sadness that I let them go, and I am glad that if they are going, then that they are going to you, White. We've had such successful business transactions and relationships in the past, and I thank you that having you own these shares will be something that I do feel a little bit more alleviated in my concern on. In meeting that $300 million, I do note that we have $150 million Dragon dollars that will be provided by the 9%, and so $150 million Dragon dollars that we still need to find. I wonder whether, just to be the most risk adverse we can be, there is $30 million that we're going to assume will be won this evening. And then if we could perhaps look at the player sales, I understand that Allies has had a great success in the past. It's called the Moneyball strategy. You've had fantastic picks in the past of having younger players and building them up, and it seems fantastic that we now have the options of selling Felictor, Nahiki and Kushtek, and I can run you through the fact that we do have many other strikers, centre forwards and goalkeepers that will be able to meet their positions if we are to sell them. But I wonder whether, given that's a $40 million acquisition or sale that we could make, that could chip away at that $300 million pool, $300 million Dragon dollar pool, as you outlined earlier, Sean. That could be something that we could look into, and then perhaps get your expertise again on acquiring another pool of 3 fresh young players that we can do perhaps the same for again. Would that be something that would be amenable to your side?
Yes, I believe that would definitely be feasible. White, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. And Danny, football is your expertise and the business, so we can work together for the player acquisitions.
Thank you. And Michelle?
This is sounding really positive, and I note that I don't want it to let it fall to the wayside. So, Sean, in response to that increased obligation of perhaps 89%, would we just be able to receive a response to that?
Well, this is 89%, I'm sure you can imagine, is quite a steep increase. Could we perhaps meet in the middle of 85%?
So our understanding is it's currently 80%, so we are giving you an additional 9%, and to reflect that additional 9%, it's equitable to just increase it proportionally, don't you think?
I understand where you're coming from, of course. From our perspective also, you would be then benefiting from the expertise of White and allies, so even if it's slightly above that, below the 89% would be, is that feasible at all?
How about we meet in the middle of the middle?
Okay.
So the 5 that you proposed and 9 that I proposed. We meet in the middle, the perfect number 7.
Okay. Are you happy with that?
That's great, thank you. Yes.
Taylor, I note that we've come to some great options today to chip away at that $300 million, and so I wonder whether you could perhaps visualise on the board for us where we are at the moment, just noting that we have only a couple of minutes left, and it's certainly in our best interest to get this option down pat tonight.
With the share sale, you agreed on selling 9% of the shares for $150 million Dragon dollars, right?
That's correct, yes. And
please.
And then the selling of the, just to save you going back and forth from the table,
please.
Taylor, the selling of the players, we are going to let go of Flechter, Nahiki and Kuztek, and then put them forth to other teams for $40 million Dragon dollars. And perhaps as a sub-point, we could set up another meeting in which we come together and ensure that we collaboratively work on, with your data and my football expertise, on finding a striker, centre-back and goalkeeper that we can use to have those positions.
So this is all that you have agreed?
And the 7% change to the share purchase agreement, so that's clause 8.1 is to reflect 87% now instead of the existing 80%.
Okay, so you have currently a additional total debt of $300 million Dragon dollars. You agreed right off the bat at the beginning of the session that you had a prize money. So going with the best option, we had $19 million Dragon dollars. Going with plan B, we have $3 million Dragon dollars. Considering plan B, so we can keep it safe, you agreed on a share sale of 9% of the shares of Astra Ignis for allies for $150 million Dragon dollars. However, this sale comes with a condition. This condition is that to approve decisions and anything at the board, you need 87% of votes. You also agreed of selling the players, which amounts to a total of $40 million Dragon dollars.
Thank you, Taylor, for that summary.
At all.
We have outlined some great options going forth, but we do note that we are short still on the $300 million Dragon dollars of $80 million. And again, noting the time, and I would like to emphasize that it's not with brashness that I come to this decision. It has been thoroughly outlined by our data analytics team at Astra Ignis, that if we were to sell the branding rights for other sport and esport ventures, perhaps we could divide those into just other sports or esport ventures, and we could maybe sell for $100 million the esport rights to have what I said before with things like fantasy football and League of Legends. I think it wouldn't be as, I heard your concern earlier, and I'd like you to note that I do hear your concern, White, when you said, pardon, Taylor?
No, we have 3 minutes of your time. On the best option, we're lacking $60 million Dragon dollars. on our plan B, we're lacking 110 million dragon dollars.
I see.
Is my math correct?
My understanding is 150 plus 40 is 190, plus 30 is 220, and that's 80 remaining.
So it's 100. Okay.
I agree.
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Taylor, for double checking it though. So just to continue, if we were to sell one of the esport ventures for $100 million, I'm not sure whether there would be as much reputational damage if something like League of Legends, per se, had Astra Ignis sports t-shirts as an option. And so I wonder whether that would be something, just in the interest of time, that you would be amenable to.
Is this, so just to clarify, is this the branding rights or the esports is this for branding rights as a whole, or is it just for esports ventures?
So let's think of it two things. Branding rights for other sports and branding rights for esports.
Esports.
That's right.
Okay, so would you be, which would you prefer, Sway? I think it's possibly helpful to ask that.
You suggested esports, is that correct?
We are very much open to negotiating this term, but I think it would be in our best interest, given that you said that you outlined your real concern earlier was the visibility, that we would sell instead the esport ventures. But I'm happy to accept a proposal that you would put forth on this.
I'm happy to go with esports ventures. It feels like an avenue that we are less likely to go in rather than other sports. So let's go with esports ventures and tick it off the agenda.
Fantastic. And just noting the time, Taylor, I'll let you write that up, please. And then
You agreed on esports by how much?
$100 million.
$100
Dragon
million.
dollars.
Okay. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds. And can one of you get the calculator?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely, Taylor.
we're working with plan B, all right?
Yep.
300 minus 30
Is 270. 300 minus 30 is 270.
yes, minus 150
Is 120.
minus 40 million
80
minus 100.
Is negative 20, which actually means everyone is in a surplus of $20 million. Congratulations.
Exactly. And when we win, it'll be even more.
fantastic. I would just love to note the time. Taylor, I'm sure you have a summary perhaps to provide us of the outcome of the session
I
today.
had one, but we have 1 minute left. You reach a conclusion in 1 minute left of the session, and I am really grateful, and I would like to commend both parties of how can you understand each other's interests and reach a conclusion. I'm really excited about the match, and I am really glad that you got to answer your concerns and you got to solve this challenge.
Likewise, and I'm very excited for the game tonight. Hope to see you there, and I'm so glad that I'll be able to bring something back to the board that shows that we haven't fully mitigated the concerns without giving up too much, and that the person who we're bringing on is you, White. So I'll give you the last 10
No,
seconds.
don't worry. I hope for success tonight as well, and came into this feeling like we were in the dark and very stressed, but thanks again to T-Swift and the power of mediation for bringing us to this happy ending. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello? Yes. Thank you so much for the performance. Those confidentials were quite hard, right? Yeah. Sorry for that. Julia, please.
Okay, so first of all, let's give them a round of applause again to Adricia Rocha, Natasha, Michelle, Aidan, and Sean. You did a great job. I was looking at you from here and also from YouTube. You are famous now because you live stream on YouTube. But you look great on camera. And also, right now, we have to present very important people that have to make a decision right now. So, also, let's give a round of applause for Dr. Sin, Diego Falek, Shona Krelon, Jonathan Lloyd-Jones, and Denise Sean. We are going to ask for you, judges, to stand up and go into the room to deliberate.
It's a hard decision.
It is a hard decision. And we are going to ask for all of you that are watching us to stay here in the auditorium until they come back, okay? And you can join your teams and breathe and drink water. And we'll be right back.
We're back here again. We mad. Of course.
Congratulations. You may see the others confidential. The public has it, so your team has it as well. It was quite hard. You had all the creating options. They didn't want that, so it's not their problem also.
Judges had a very difficult decision, I'm sure. So we appreciate giving them the time to do that. So I do want to introduce our 5 final round judges, and then we'll be calling up the students again to the stage to join them for the feedback portion of the round, okay? Starting with the closest to the end of the stage, we have Dr. Sukhsimran Singh. And he is with Strauss Institute, Pepperdine. We're very fortunate to have him here with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. And next to Dr. Singh, we have, I'm sure you know by now, this is Diego Falecki. He is with Falecki and Associados. He is co-chair of this event. He's also the co-chair of the Brazilian Advisory Board for CPR, so he is a very generous and active member of CPR. We're very grateful for serving in this capacity as well. Thank you, Diego. Next to Diego, I'd like to introduce Shona Krallen. She is joining us from the UK. She's a seasoned mediator with Cedar, I believe. Is that correct? And we're very fortunate to have Shona here joining us for the first time, and we hope to have her back again. Please, Shona, thank you so much. And for those of you who are veterans of this competition, you probably already know our last but certainly not least judge that I'm introducing is Denise Shaw. Denise Shaw has been active with this competition for many, many years. She serves as a judge, as a coach, in all ways possible to support the next generation of mediators. And so we are very, very fortunate to have had Denise come back to us again this year. So thank you, Denise. Okay. And then? Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I'm so sorry. And, yes, I got ahead of myself. I saw the star from Denise shining, and I jumped the gun. Yes, Jonathan Lloyd-Jones. He is joining us also from the UK, and he is also a seasoned mediator. He's been here in Brazil this week doing several programs on training for mediation, exchanging ideas with other mediators. I believe you're also a CEDAR-trained mediator, is that correct? Yes, sorry. The ADR group, and we are very, very fortunate to have Jonathan leading us here in the final round. So thank you so much, Jonathan, for being with us today. Thank you. Okay. Now we can introduce also the students who performed in this final round. We had as mediator, her name is Adricia Rocha Ferreira. She's with the UFES, Universidade Federal do Espírito Santo. I know I didn't say that exactly correct, but I think you know who I mean. So Adricia, can you please come join us on the stage? And playing Astra Ignis, we had as client Natasha Wensley. Please come join us. And as counsel, Michelle Chen. And they are both from the University of Sydney, so welcome. And playing the side of WWW Allies, we we had the team from University of Glasgow. As client, we had Aidan Wallace. And as counsel, we had Sean Sweeney. So please welcome to the stage. So just to give a little idea of what's going to happen, we're going to have the judges' feedback portion, a short discussion and hearing their thoughts on the round. And then shortly after that, we are going to be doing the awards ceremony. There are 6 categories at the CPR International Mediation Competition. So there are 6 categories, and there are top 3 places in each category. And we have some special prizes in addition to that today, too. So we're going to do that. And then after that, we'll all share in the cocktail to celebrate together. So please, without further ado, I'd like to pass to the judges.
Thank you so much. It's really my privilege to have judged competition. I've seen and talked to so many of you, and really today has been a marathon feedback day for me. And I feel like I almost have laryngitis, but one of the aspects of mediation and the entire process is to do exactly what I saw all of you do so flawlessly today, to put the mediator in the position of really exercising their expertise in terms of all of the skills that are needed in order to serve your interests and all of the things that you've come to mediation to get. And I think in this particular instance, you had a mediator who really came with the knowledge, well-schooled in all of the facts, mediator who had the energy, the mediator who had could really reflect your tone and the urgency of what it was that you really needed, toot sweet, if not sooner, and also who was listening throughout the process and really was stalwart and with her precision in terms of trying to help you chart the really complicated waters of how you could get what you needed in a very short period of time. I think I felt the anxiety, and I also felt the urgency to come to mediation and to get what it was that you really needed. And I think each one of you were really effective advocates for that. And I only have 2 minutes, and that's probably all I can say at this moment. But really, congratulations for all of the time and the diligence that it really takes to get a command of all of the facts in a problem like this. And I should also say thank you to the team that put together the competition problem, because I thought it was very well written, very compelling, and it had the depths and the twists and the turns, I think, that make these competitions make you feel like you've really competed in something and done something that's quite extraordinary at the end. Thank you.
I felt it was a great privilege to be asked to judge this, and I wasn't disappointed. That was an extremely high caliber negotiation, and I felt I was watching a real negotiation take place. And congratulations to everyone, and to the mediator. You performed your roles, I thought, superbly. What particularly attracted me was the way you advanced and protected your interests during the course of it. Sydney, I love the way you actually set the field, as it were. You produced a document and you said, this is what we're going to talk about, and you were not distracted from that. Much as Glasgow tried to move it on, you were not having it. No, this is what we're talking about. You were tenacious, and I love the way you did that. But interesting, Glasgow, you took your moment, and then you insisted that, no, you must listen to us as well, and you got your interest out there. And I thought that was really well done. That was good. And I particularly liked the way, as the negotiation proceeded, so having got your interest out there, you then sought to incorporate what Sydney had been proposing in the overall solution. I thought that collaborative approach was spectacularly effective, and I thought the way the two of you interacted, it was a great joy to watch, and I don't often say that in mediations.
I would just echo that 100%. I wish I could mediate with all of you. The way that you approached it was the skill set was just incredibly high. In terms of my feedback, I wanted to talk about the caucus. Natasha, I thought your timing was just impeccable. I think it can be very difficult to know when to ask for that and to break the conversation, but there was a bit of an impasse on the issue of the shares, and some tension was building, and so I thought it was just great timing to do so. I also think it shows real confidence to be able to take that break and to ask for help from the mediator, and the way that you both then did that was really impressive. And Sean and Aidan, I thought that the way that you handled the caucus session, I don't know if you would have, you said you were going to ask for it in any event, but it was brought on at a point that you hadn't chosen, and you then handled it really well, I thought, because you shared confidential information, you showed real kind of creativity and being quite flexible and proactive in how you used that 5 minutes. You utilized the mediator, really trying to explore, okay, how can we take a slightly different approach? How can we maximize this opportunity to just discuss and have this private conversation? And the other thing, and prompted by the mediator, but you emphasized a desire to try and understand. So you had a game plan coming out of the caucus of what questions can we ask the other side, what further information can we gain, and you clarified between the two of you very well as to where can we offer a little bit more, where can we maybe change our position a bit. So to both of you, I just thought you did the caucus very, very well.
Well, I echo my colleagues here. It was a pleasure to watch you. It was a very, very intense session, full of demonstrations of skills. I think one of the things that really caught my eyes was in the score sheet, the item effective interaction with other parties' strategy and style. I guess you both both teams were very collaborative, but you had an agenda, both of you, and you put it very straightforward, and it was kind of clashing. So I could see, I could almost see your mind engine working. How do I get out of it? What do I do? I saw you, and it was beautiful to watch how you protected your interests all the time, how the mediator helped very effectively, letting the parties flow, but then coming in from time to time. It was really, really beautiful. I thought it was like watching a soccer match and with a very crowded midfield. The match was very, very tough, very defensive. But in the end, I think you were able to, both sides, to reflect your interest in the outcome. I think you were able to move out of this in a way very, very swiftly, giving each other like the space, the safe faces, And it was beautiful to watch. So congratulations, really beautiful.
I've done mediations in about 12 countries, and I am still waiting to see parties like you appear in front of me. So hopefully one day. I'm going to comment on each one of you very briefly, just to keep the time short. But it was beautiful to watch you complemented each other as a team. Let me start with the mediator. Mediator, you were just the rightful combination of confidence and humility. Your listening skills were just impeccable. And you had this assertiveness that was just beautiful to watch in many of your questions and the way you did. So thank you for showing us all. And I don't know how you manage writing on the board while holding the mic, while reading that was an art in itself. So congratulations to you. I want to start with, for each one, I'm going to give you very brief positive feedback, if you allow me. Miss Natasha, I thought you were a leader today. You love holding the mic. You had the most talking points, which was great. I loved the word you used, trust, because this was about trust today. And you brought it up 3 times, loved it. You paused on it. You talked about the urgency very well. You're a very good speaker. We all know that. My only constructive feedback to you, watch out on what you prepare in advance and how flexibility needs to be included when other team is slightly more different in style. Michelle, you used the word safe hands. What a nice word to use. You were very good in taking control by staying silent, but asking good questions and clarifying numbers when it was needed. Terrific job there. Very important. Somebody has to do it. And you were leader in substance. She was leader in process on your team. Great teamwork. Moving on to Aiden. Aiden, I thought your tone, your transparency, and pace was very good. You had this sense of staying back and still gaining respect and letting them lead because they really wanted to lead. And that's very beautiful in itself to have that sense of, loved your comment on your accent. And I thought that was a beautiful accent too. My last comment is Sean. Sean, you were the one person in the group who smiled the most. And I want to compliment that because you had a presence which is very relaxing. Not just the way you speak and your projection in your voice, but also the way you are acting, the behavior. You were very calm, yet you kept control the best you could, but very calm. And that itself is a win to see it from some of us who have done this many years. So all 5 of you, not 4 of you, I thought were brilliant for many of us to watch. It was just, for us, a treat and a very difficult decision for us, I can tell you that. We took close to 20 minutes instead of 10. So I'll stop here. My time is up, but I congratulate each one of you. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Here we go.
I have to run off to the Esther in this final, so.
Yeah, got a football match to watch, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Well, thank you so much. We invite you to go down because right now we are going to start our award ceremony. And thank you so much. Just a second, we are going to clean the stage. And when we announce your name, please come to the stage, get your certificate and your award, and please wait for the picture, okay? Thank you. Now, Kinar. Go ahead. Just a second.
While we're resetting the stage, again, just want to thank everyone for joining us. It has been a very full 3 days of mediation sessions, of just a phenomenal level of talent on display from all of the students. We also really appreciate the judges who joined us for these days, and of course to our sponsors who made this all possible. So I do want to acknowledge again our sponsors, our platinum level sponsors from Pepperdine, Strauss Institute, Machado Mayer, and our silver level sponsors, USC Gould, ICFML, our breakfast, which was brought to us on the first day by Pepperdine Strauss, and our closing cocktail by Falek and Asociados, as well as a private donation from Nancy Dowling. So thank you again to those sponsors for making this event possible, to our judges who gave their time away from their office to be with us here for these 3 days, to really give a lot of good feedback and encouragement to the students so they can continue to hone their craft. And so I know the students appreciate it, and we certainly do too. So thank you to the judges. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we will be awarding in 6 categories, the first, second, and third place in each of those categories. And so when we call you up, please do come up, get your certificate. I know the photographer would like to take a photo with you. For the first place winners of each category, there's also a trophy. You'll want to pose with that, I'm sure. And so please take a moment to really enjoy the moment on stage. Don't feel rushed. This is your time. So you've earned it, and we want to appreciate you while you're here. So we're going to get started then. Okay, well, I'm here. I'm going to get us started. So before we even arrived here at Sao Paulo, you guys were already hard at work crafting your written statements. And you did a really excellent job with what I would say to the problem writing lead. It was a very challenging problem this year, so congratulations on doing a really excellent job with those written statements. So, the third place team for the best written statement is Faculdade de Direito de Ribeirão Preto. I don't know if I said that right. Great job. Okay. And for the category of Best Written Statement, second place, we have Jindal Global Law School. Jindal. Okay. And finally, in the category of Best Written Statement, first place goes to West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences. West Bengal.
now we are going to announce best teamwork. For third place, we have a tie, so we are going to call two teams. And the first team as best teamwork is Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul. So also in third place, West Bengal National University of Juridical Science. Second place, University of Sydney. Now, first place for best teamwork, Jingdao Global Law School.
Now for Best Counsel, third place. Karen Williams from Georgetown. Best Counsel, second place, Michelle Shen, University of Sydney. Now for the best client. First place. Client, no? Okay, I'll go for counsel. That's okay. I prefer the client. So first place for counsel is Zahan Hussein from Jindal Global Law School.
Okay. So now for the category of best client, third place, Aidan Wallace. University of Glasgow. And now best client, second place, Frederick Williams, Georgetown University Law Center. Best client, first place, Avi Kapoor, Jindal Global Law School.
First place before the second. Let's do announce the second before the first place. Why do we announce it first? Okay. All right. For the category of Best Mediator, in third place for Best Mediator, Gabriela Alves dos Santos from the Program on Negotiation, University of Sao Paulo. Okay. Second place, Best Mediator, goes to Daria Ionis from University of Vienna. Okay. I think you could probably guess who has first place in the Best Mediator category, but we're going to say her name because she deserves to hear it again. First place in Best Mediator goes to Adricia Rocha Ferreira from University Federal Espírito Santo.
So we are heading now to the Best Negotiators category. And I'm going to announce the third place. So for third place, Best Negotiators, I would like a big round of applause to Fordham Law School, please.
So now is the great moment. We will announce the first place in negotiation. And the winner is Glasgow University. We'd also like to call to the stage our Vice Champion, University of Sydney. Please come.
So that's second place for Best Negotiators.
Second place, afterwards. If it's okay. We would like now to invite the third, the second, and the first place of, and also for the category of negotiators to take a picture, and afterwards the mediators. And afterwards, please state that we have a very big, important announcement from Pepperdine University and also from ICFML. So please state that we have a few surprises for you. So now, a big round of applause for the three best negotiators team. Please come to the stage. So now we're going to quickly invite also the mediators team. USP from São Paulo, University of São Paulo, please. University of Vienna and University Federal of Espírito Santo. Right after we have important announcements from Pepperdine and ECFML, okay? So please, mediators team, come.
Now we first.
Now we would like to call on stage Professor Singh from Pepperdine Caruso Law School.
Thank you. I am very pleased to announce 5 scholarships for students who have done very well in this competition. They have been authorized to me by Pepperdine University, Caruso School of Law. Each one of these scholarships amounts to at least $22,000 plus, and some of them reach up to $32,000. Let me announce the very first scholarship. That is for the Certificate of Best Teamwork, Mr. Avi Kapoor. Please come on in, and Mr. Zahan Hussain. Now moving on to the scholarships for the Best Negotiator team goes to Mr. Aiden Wallace and Mr. Sean Savinen.
Oh my goodness.
Hi. Last but not the least, the highest award for scholarship goes to the best mediator, and many of you already know her. That is Miss Ayashia Rasha Ferreira. All right, I've been given 47 minutes to give my remarks, so we are all good. I opened the conversation for you the day, 2 days ago, mentioning a personal story and how I never won any competition, but still won a few things in life. I hope the rest of the teams who did not win today, please take that lesson from me, from my heart, to you, with you, that there are many life lessons you took away today. Each one of the judges, I hope I can speak on behalf of all the judges, and that's an amazing honor because we have some amazing judges here, as you know. First of all, can you give a round of applause to every judge who came today? Judges, please stand up. Judges, would you please stand? Please thank them, everyone. You know, I hope you know that they all flew in and they contributed personally to be here. And that's a big contribution. Not that it took time away from a full-time mediation practice, which itself is a loss, but then they contribute towards flying here and staying here. And that's a big commitment. As you get into the professional fields, you realize. Second, I want to thank an amazing organizing team. As an outsider, I can thank them. Each one of them put their heart and mind and soul into this competition, including the very leader who's here with us. I'm going to invite them all to come one here, and we're going to all stand up and thank them for their time. Please welcome the organizing team. Please. Please thank Mr. Kanar. Ms. Kanar, thank you so much. The entire team. Diego Falek, whoa! We are deeply indebted to each one of you. I want to say one special word for a family member who is here. You know, many of you know you're missing your parents, I hope you are, or missing your family members or your friends. There's a special connection here in the room, and some of you may have figured it out, some of you may haven't. The father is a professor at Pepperdine, also an international mediator, a very successful attorney from Curitiba, and the son is now with CPR, part of the organization team. I just want to bring them both quickly so you see a father-son connection that are doing so well globally. Mr. Jair Giaward and Mr. Franco Giaward, would you please come? Almost done. And you would like to know that today is Mr. Jair Giaward's birthday as well. Last but not the least, any coaches. I know many of your teams did not bring the coach or couldn't bring the coach or coaches couldn't come. But if there are any coaches, can you please stand? For all the coaches, please stand. You know, I have trained, I've coached students for ICC competition, for international mediation competition in Denmark, and I know how much hard work it is. So thank you to all, knowing that how difficult these competitions are. Congratulations to you. Last question, I have to ask it because my heart is with families. Any family member present? Any father, mother, sister, brother, any family members present? No? Yes? Congratulations to them behind the home. They are your support. They are your biggest supporters. So thank them. Any sponsors who are not been mentioned, we thank all the sponsors. Last but not the least, I'm going to end with this comment, and my time is up, so it'll be 30 seconds or less. And that is the following. You know, my university and my school is just one of the sponsors. We are very honored and privileged to be able to give you scholarships and to be invited by Mr. Kanar. Miss Kanar is just such an amazing leader. I want to thank her one last time. Thank her for all the leadership she did for this competition. My father has been president of several universities in India before retiring, so he will not be proud of me if I don't give you at least one parting advice, because he always believed in wisdom. And my wisdom to leave you with is the following. I hope this competition was also about some life lessons, not just about winning. And the life lessons, hope you carried with you were one of the three: learning from the amazing culture of Brazil, the hospitality of Brazilians, the brightness, the liveness, the happiness that they showed to us in their hospitality. So to every Brazilian in the room, we owe you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us here. Number two and second last point, I hope you acquired some skills of negotiation, mediation by watching some of the best negotiators, not us who had a chance to speak, but the ones who are sitting next to you, who demonstrated to us how amazing, how good you are at such a young age to demonstrate to the rest of the world in different languages, and not even the language you speak at your home, to show us, to teach us as judges what is the future of negotiation and mediation. Thank you all. That was an amazing display of skills by each one of you. Congratulations on that. Now, last comment, promised you 30 seconds. I'm already over by a couple, and that is, what are you carrying away for yourself? I hope besides the certificates, the awards, the scholarships, and the memories, you're also carrying away answer to one question. And the question is, who am I? How did I come up here? And what can I do to improve? What is one thing I can do to improve, to learn from these amazing men and women? Forgive me, women and men. Why does it have to be men and women? Women and men that are present here today. It's been an honor for me. Again, my name is Sukhsimranjit Singh, very difficult name to pronounce. Dr. Singh is just fine. I hope to meet many of you in LA, and Malibu is my first home. If you come to Malibu, do ring me up. I'd love to host you for lunch or dinner. Thank you very much.
Our thanks to Dr. Singh for the truly special words that he shared with us today. And throughout the competition, we're very honored to have him here with us, and we hope he'll come again. So to continue with the award ceremony, we did mention there were a few other surprises. So I'd like to call down from ICFML. She is our representative here today. This is Paula Camargo Lines.
Please.
Paula, please come. She's going to say a few words. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. And I'd like to say, before the offers we are going to make to the students, the winners, something about our organization, which is an international nonprofit organization formed by a group of academics, lawyers, and mediators. And we believe in conflict mediation as a tool to spread peace into our societies, especially using high international standards of practices and ethics. We promote collaboration and peace through development and professionalization of mediation. And we are in 8 countries in the world, those countries whose official language is Portuguese. So we are in Portugal, in Brazil, and in Africa, in 6 countries in Africa: Cape Verde, Angola, Mozambique, Timor-Leste, São Tomé and Príncipe, and Guinea-Bissau, I forgot, sorry. We certify and we also train mediators and lawyers who want to learn how to act in mediation. And we guarantee the best international practices and high international ethical standards. And so we would like to offer today to the winner mediator and also to the winner team, negotiation team, some vouchers with of a 100% tuition of our summer program, which is held in Porto, Portugal. It will be this year between the 15th and the 20th July. It's all in English, so you don't have to worry. And it's for students. And you can attend to the course either in person, face-to-face, and other, or if you prefer, online. So that's what I had to say to you. And thank you.
So we would like to invite University of Glasgow and University Federal Espírito Santo for a picture and to get your vouchers here. Please come to the stage.
Os vouchers estão com vocês, né? Os journals.
Isso, aqui tá os
journals.
vouchers.
Os journals.
Ok, você quer dar também?
Tá, eu quero dar também.
Tá. Então, ó.
Posso falar no
Pode,
Fala
claro.
agora?
Fala, por favor. Seguro para você.
And also, we have here with me the journals which were written from our certified members, but as if it is only in Portuguese. We are going to give it to University Federal de Espírito Santo, okay?
Thank you so much, Paola.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting close to the cocktail, I promise. We thanked a few groups of people, and I don't want the night to close before we thank another important group of people who made this competition possible. These were our volunteers who served as room supervisors. So please, a round of applause. Please stand up if you're a room supervisor in the room. Room supervisors, stand up. Thank you so much to those volunteers who also gave their time to be with us. And almost finally, I want to say again our deepest thank you to Inspire for hosting us here. I think we can all agree we had a wonderful last 3 days enjoying their beautiful building, their classrooms, their cafeterias, all of their resources. So I'd like to ask Caio Rodriguez, who will just say a few words to you. Thank you.
So, good evening. Everyone is anxious for the cocktail, so I'll be very quick as always. So I just wanted to do three things. First, thank CPR for this partnership, which is very, very fruitful and pleasant in the name of Knar, who is our leader for this and makes this happen. So thank you so much, Knar. We hope this partnership to be a long-lasting one. The second thing is to say, as I said in the beginning, that resolving conflicts through dialogue, productive dialogue, and in a consensual and peaceful manner is the essence of our law school project here. So by doing this, we're not doing a favor to anyone. We believe we're actually humbly and lightly, at least, for fulfilling our mission. So we thank you for that, for also giving us the opportunity to be part of this activity that you do. And third, I just want to invite you all to come back next year. We'll be delighted to receive you here. It will be our pleasure to do this again. Thank you so much.
So now comes the best part. I invite you all to the cocktail. We'll be staying here until 7:30. Please enjoy.
Sorry, one more quick announcement. I have certificates for every participant who is here and every judge. So come find me, and if you don't find me, stop at the reception table. I have a certificate for everyone. Okay? Thank you. Enjoy the cocktail.